I again want to thank Chairwoman Wagner for her leadership on this issue again in this Congress, and I urge my colleagues to join us in protecting this important investment vehicle and supporting H.R. 3383. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mrs. Wagner's ANS? You have an amendment then?
We have an amendment at the desk. You're not going to do the amendment?
Not there yet.
Not there yet.
Okay, not yet.
Hearing none on the ANS, I'm proud to support H.R. 3383, the Increasing Investor Opportunities Act, introduced by my good friend, the Capital Markets Subcommittee Chair Wagner. Millions of retail investors rely on closed-end funds as a means of long-term savings and diversification. These funds are professionally managed and subject to rigorous oversight, yet they face an arbitrary restriction on the limits of their ability to access private market investments. Currently, the SEC staff guidance, not a statute or formal rule, limits closed-end funds to investing in no more than 15% of their assets in private funds unless they meet certain narrow conditions, like only offering shares to accredited investors with high minimums. H.R. 3383, in this bill, Mrs. Wagner and Mr. Meeks eliminate this informal cap, allowing closed-end funds to allocate more capital to private investments. I think it's a common sense approach. The bill doesn't change a single fiduciary duty, reporting obligation, or enforcement authority. It just simply removes this opaque staff-level barrier that limits investment choices for everyday Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this straightforward, historically bipartisan reform that gives more investors access to these types of opportunities that have been out of reach. And I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing none, are there amendments to the ANS? For what purposes the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman has an amendment at the desk to Mrs. Wagner's amendment in nature of a substitute. We'll pause while it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman of the subcommittee.
I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman reserves a point of order on the Waters Amendment.
Have they distributed the amendment?
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3383, offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as amend H.R. 3383.
Without objection, the amendment's considered read. And the gentlewoman from California is now recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, not all of the bills before us are truly bipartisan, and the Increasing Investor Opportunities Act is one of those. This bill, as written, would pose meaningful risk to retail investors. Currently, closed-end funds, which are a type of mutual fund, limit their investments into private funds up to 15% of their total holdings. This bill closed-end funds some flexibility to invest in private funds, but establishes a reasonable restriction considering private funds are subject to less regulation and disclosure. This restriction also accounts for the fact that the assets private funds invest in, pledging startups, or distressed companies are significantly more risky than public securities, and most of their investments fail. This bill would eliminate the restriction on closed-end fund investments to buy private funds, allowing them to invest up to 100% of their holdings in private funds. This essentially means we're creating publicly available private equity funds. Publicly available private equity funds. And while I agree with Mr. Meeks and others that closed-end funds regulatory framework does offer some protections to retail investors, more protections are needed before we open up what could be a loophole for existing private equity funds to dump their poor performing assets unsuspecting retail investors. The amendment I'm offering now would address some key risks and better protect investors of closed-end funds. This includes investor redemption acts, so closed-end funds can redeem their holdings of private funds easily so as to meet the redemption demands of their own investors. Private funds must also be required to more fairly value their holdings. We now see disturbing trends how private funds conveniently do not update the valuation of their holdings so as to maximize the fees they charge to their own investors. So I ask members to support my amendment to address the risk I have outlined. Until these concerns are addressed, I cannot support the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentlewoman from Missouri insist on her point of order?
I withdraw.
Gentlewoman withdraws. Is there further debate on Ms. Waters' amendment? The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment, I'd like to highlight a few concerns that I have. Starting with Section 3, let me just say that an issuer cannot tell or sell to a non-QIB accredited investor on terms that provide that accredited investors with more favorable rights than other investors. This amendment would allow a private company to use QIB securities with favorable terms while disadvantaging the more retail-oriented non-QIB accredited investor. Requiring parity for redemption and resale rights for accredited investors is not practicable, as pension plans, endowments, and other foreign investors have specific requirements that every deal should have a side letter with differing terms. Former SEC Chair Gensler's private fund advisors rule included a restricted activities provision that, among other things, restricted the use of side letters. And as we know, the Fifth Circuit overturned the rule, finding that the SEC overstepped its authority by limiting the ability of private fund advisors and investors to tailor their relationships. Democrats' attempted overreach into the private fund space failed, and this amendment is another roundabout way for the SEC to overstep its authority, Mr. Chairman. Then regarding Section 4, this amendment would significantly impact fund operations by requiring them to adhere to Rule 2A-5, valuation policies, unless the fund is exclusively open to QIBs. The amendment's impact is substantial as it moves private fund valuation closer to the requirements for registered investment companies. This amendment runs counter to the capital formation objectives pursued by the underlying measure, which is solely focused on enhancing safe private market access through closed-end funds. I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mrs. Waters' amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I seek recognition.
Gentlewoman?
Recorded vote is requested.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Are there further amendments to Mrs. Wagner's amendment in the nature of a substitute? If there are no amendments, we'll go to we will now move to the next bill for consideration. It's H.R. 3301, a bill to amend the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 to specify certain registration contents for emerging growth companies, to permit issuers to file draft registration statements with the Securities and Exchange Commission for confidential review. It's introduced by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3301, to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify certain registration statement contents for emerging growth companies, to permit issuers to file draft registration statements with the Securities and Exchange Commission for confidential review and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Iowa has the amendment in a nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3301, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa, designated as Nunn 073.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member Waters. I am proud to champion this bipartisan bill, the Encouraging Local Emerging Ventures and Economic Growth Act, or the Elevate Act. Let me start by saying what we all know to be true. America's capital markets are the envy of the world. Part of that strength comes from the bipartisan work of every committee, particularly this committee with the passage of the Jobs Act just over a decade ago. One of the biggest successes from that law was the creation of a new category of companies known as the Emerging Growth Companies, or EGCs. This new category was established to encourage smaller companies, like those from my home state of Iowa, to go public, and go public right here in America. In the first 4 years, we saw a quick change. EGCs accounted for 86% of all initial public offerings. That means smaller companies, innovative companies, were able to go public because they had the capital to grow and be successful. The Jobs Act didn't just expand opportunities, it created jobs. It generated an estimated 82. But despite our economic strength, too many small and mid-sized businesses across our country, particularly in places like the heart of the heartland in Iowa, are still facing roadblocks, burdensome red tape when they try to raise and grow investment, challenges in dealing with what happens on the coast, and a limited opportunity for them to gain the same type of capital access that others have found. My hometown Main Street job creators regularly tell me they want to expand, build new facilities, hire more people, and give back to our communities. But they need greater access to capital. Mr. Chair, just imagine the economic momentum we could unleash if it made it easier for those businesses to connect with investors and bring new investments right to middle America, and candidly, across our entire country, so that we could have capital that helps create new innovation right here in the United States. And that's why I've introduced the Elevate Act. This bill is a simple, common sense fix that helps level the playing field for growing businesses. The Elevate Act allows spin-offs of EGCs to submit draft filings to the SEC confidentially and lowers the reporting requirements, slashing the red tape to only 2 years of financial data. This important change standardizes the rules for these companies. It eliminates unnecessary paperwork, lowers the cost of going public, and gives businesses more room to grow, innovate, and ultimately create jobs for all of us. The EGC financial statement accommodations should apply equally whether a company is conducting an IPO or spinning off a segment of its business and taking that company public. We know the Jobs Act worked, Mr. Chair. Now we have a chance to continue to build on that success. By passing the Elevate Act, we can make it easier for Main Street businesses, not just Wall Street, to have access to the capital they need. I also want to thank my bipartisan member on this, Representative Janelle Benim. Working with me across the aisle, we've been able to ensure that every American is going to have the opportunity at success for their business, for their hometown, and for the future of job creation. With that, I thank both sides of the aisle, and Mr. Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The Chair of the Capital Markets Committee, Ms. Wagner, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. And I'd like to thank the gentleman from Iowa for introducing this bill that gives parity to a spinoff of an emerging growth company to that of an IPO when it comes to the 2-year financial statement requirements. By equalizing the requirements of an IPO and a spinoff, this bill will reduce compliance costs without sacrificing investor protections. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member, full committee, Ms. Waters, recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emerging growth companies, or EGCs, are a type of public company that we created in the Bipartisan Jobs Act. These EGCs only need to provide 2 years of audited financials when they conduct their initial public offerings or IPOs. Despite this special 2-year accommodation, there's some instances where an EGC is still required to provide 3 years of financials. One such instance is when EGC conducts a spinoff, which is a transaction in which one company creates a new independent company by selling new shares of its existing business. Mr. Nunn's bill reduces this obligation for EGC spinoffs to 2 years, keeping it in line with what is required when the EGC itself goes public. In doing so, the bill streamlines the financial disclosure obligations for EGCs across the board, making it easier for them to raise capital from the public. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing none, we'll move into amendments. Are there amendments to Mr. Nunn's bill in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall be signified by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 3301, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall be signified by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentlewoman?
I request a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman from Missouri requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. A vote on this question is postponed. We'll now move to consideration of our next measure. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3339, Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act of 2025, introduced by the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3339, to require certification exemptions for accredited investors and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Nebraska has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. Clerk will report.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3339, offered by Mr. Flood of Nebraska, designated as Flood 014.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of an amendment. I recognize the gentlewoman from Missouri, the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, for 5 minutes to explain Mr. Flood's amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for introducing this bipartisan piece of legislation. The Equal Opportunity for All Investor Act creates a new pathway for knowledgeable, experienced, and sophisticated investors to participate in the economic growth of our private markets. This bill also gives businesses that are seeking to raise capital greater access to a critical source of funding. Using wealth as a proxy for determining an investor's level of sophistication excludes a large pool of investors who have the knowledge to make informed decisions about where they want to invest. By expanding the accredited investor definition, this bill expands that pool of people and includes more individuals who have been historically relegated to the investing sidelines. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, recognized.
I move to the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, in both this Congress and last, I've been particularly outspoken about the risk of retail investors investing in private securities. Among other things, private securities lack sufficient transparency, have longer lockup periods, are much more volatile, and are less liquidity than their public counterparts. It is critical that anyone who invests in these risky assets has sufficient knowledge of those risks. Currently, companies or brokers they hire can only solicit these, quote, investment opportunities, quote unquote, to individuals who have been deemed to be accredited investors. This definition is currently based on a person's income and net worth, meaning only those making a certain amount of money or possessing a big enough bank account to have access to them. But anyone can tell you that just because you have a lot of money doesn't make you knowledgeable about the markets. Knowledgeable, or knowledge, is the key here. And the definition needs to be revising or revisiting to center around this core concept of knowledge and expertise. The committee has heard from some investors who want to invest their own money in some of these risky and illiquid investments and don't want to be barred from investing just because they don't meet the wealth or income test. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act addresses this problem by allowing an individual to qualify as an accredited investor if they pass an exam that ensures they are properly versed in the risk of investing in private markets. With this change, ordinary investors who want to invest in private securities can now do so, assuming they pass the test, which would establish they were keenly aware of the particular risk related to high-risk and illiquid securities and conflicts of interest presented when financial professionals sell their products to investors. Last year, I worked with Mr. McHenry and Mr. Flood to ensure that this test contains specific robust elements that the Republican witnesses at previous hearings talked about when discussing how they teach and mentor their budding investors. So I'm pleased that the Republicans agreed to make the test available free of charge to anyone who is willing, able to go through this rigor. Mr. Chairman and members, I finally want to thank Mr. Flood for working with me on a bill that ensures that the SEC is appropriately overseeing this exam process. And let me just raise this question. Is this in existence in addition to the other bill that we had that changed the definition? This adds to a new definition or more information. How do these two bills complement each other?
Would the gentlewoman yield?
I yield to.
I'll give you my informed view as a member of Congress that's not an expert in these things, but I would say the following, that were one to adopt my definitional issue, that if you have professional qualifications, you're able to be an accredited investor. This would facilitate people who don't have professional qualifications but seek to do the education to take the exam and be satisfied by the exam would allow them then to serve or be considered as an accredited investor. So I think they're complementary. This would expand it broader because of the people who would take the test and be qualified by virtue of the test.
Oh, well, thank you, because I thought that your bill only referred to those who were somewhat involved.
That's right.
And have knowledge.
It does. That's why I believe this bill is complementary, because the bill I offer today that we've advanced to the House says that if you have specific qualifications, you're a medical doctor and you're looking at a medical, or if you're an investor, you're looking at an investment, you have that professional accredited investor exemption, if you want to think of it, or qualification. This would allow ordinary Americans to study and prepare themselves and take a test. And if they're able to pass that test, they could be considered accredited investors. Does that answer the gentleman's
That
question?
does, it answered my question, thank you.
The gentleman yields back. In order to get more information about just what Mr. Flood's bill done, let's turn to the author of the bill, who's worked very hard on this with former Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, in the last Congress, and now in this Congress. I yield Mr. Flood 5 minutes.
Motion to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act of 2025 is an important step towards providing more opportunities to a larger slice of the American investing public. I'd like to thank Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and my Democratic co-lead, Cleo Fields, for their support. This bill would expand the accredited investor definition to include individuals that are certified through an exam written by the SEC. Individual to be an accredited investor, you must meet one of the following requirements. Number one, you must have an annual income of greater than $200,000 for the last 2 years, with the expectation of earning the same or more in the current year. Number two, you must have a net worth exceeding $1 million, and this amount cannot include a primary residence. And number three, you must be a general partner, executive officer, or director of a company issuing unregistered securities. In 2020, another pathway to becoming an accredited investor was created. An individual with professional credentials demonstrating their knowledge of markets, like a Series 65 or a Series 7, could become accredited investors. The change to the accredited investor definition in 2020 was long overdue. Imagine a world where an investment advisor can tell their clients what private offerings they should pursue, but is somehow unable to make those same investment choices with their own money. That simply doesn't make any sense, and I think the example reveals a greater truth around the accredited investor definition. Wealth is not a particularly strong judge of whether someone should be an accredited investor or not. A better one is whether someone has the knowledge to accurately weigh the benefits and risks of private offerings. Investment professionals are an obvious example of a group that can be expected to properly weigh those risks. It's their job. That brings me back to this bill. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act takes the accredited investor definition to its next natural step. If we believe that knowledge, not just wealth, are sufficient to make an individual an accredited investor, why not more directly test the knowledge of potential accredited investors? This bill would direct the SEC to create an accredited investor exam that will be thorough and extensively test an investor's sophistication and knowledge of the risks of private offerings. This bill includes a long list of parameters to be included in the exam. All of them are intended to ensure investors understand the differences between private and public offerings and some of the potential risks that could emerge from those differences. This bill strikes an effective balance. It brings more investors into the accredited investor pool, but contains guardrails that would filter out individuals that do not fully understand private offerings and the investment risk associated with them. I am proud of this bipartisan bill, which was the product of a robust discussion with our colleagues across the aisle. We have legislation today that would make for a tough but fair exam for investors that want to become accredited investors. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing none, we'll move on to amendments. Are there many amendments to Mr. Flood's bill? There being no discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 3339 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlewoman,
I request a recorded vote.
a recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. A vote on this question is postponed. Before we move on to the next bill, I want to call up H.R. 3383. There being no further amendments without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered and recorded votes or pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question and report the measure. Pursuant to the notice, I call up H.R. 1190, the Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act, introduced by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 1190 to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to expand access to capital for rural area small businesses and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Montana has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1190, offered by Mr. Downing of Montana, designated as Down in 032.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Small businesses are the lifeblood of the United States economy. Over 99.9% of businesses across the country are classified as small businesses, employing nearly half of all Americans. The job impacts of small businesses are even greater in Montana, which employ 67% of Montanans, according to the Small Business Administration. The number one barrier to expansion for any business, especially small businesses, is access to capital. Through my own experiences, I know how difficult it can be for these businesses to secure the funding they need to grow. When I first started out in the tech industry, trying to find capital for that was nearly impossible, trying to scrape that together. I've been in manufacturing businesses, got a garment manufacturing business, I've got a distillery, built a real estate business, and all of these, access to capital was the primary driver in being able to be successful. Now, around 1 in 5 Americans live in rural areas. According to the Center on Rural Innovation, 12% of U.S. businesses are located within these rural areas, yet they receive less than 1% of venture capital funding. And Montana's 2nd Congressional District, which I'm proud to represent, is very rural. In fact, multiple counties that I represent have populations under 500 people. It's these overlooked people and places that have inspired my legislation, H.R. 1190, the Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act. So my bill requires the SEC's advocate for small business capital formation to identify and report to Congress the challenges that rural small businesses face when trying to access our capital markets. This would make it easier for members of Congress to do our jobs to make sure rural small businesses like those in Montana are not left behind. I want to thank my colleague from Oregon, Ms. Bynum, for joining me in this effort, and I'm happy to see this committee advance so many sensible proposals to increase access to capital today, many of which are bipartisan. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Montana yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mrs. Wagner from Missouri,
Aye, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
recognized for 5 minutes.
I support Mr. Downing's legislation, H.R. 1190, the Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act. Too often, conversations about capital formation focus on Silicon Valley and Wall Street, leaving out the small manufacturers, farmers, and family-run enterprises that power rural economies across our country. These businesses face real structural barriers when it comes to raising capital, and barriers that look different than those in major urban markets. What this bill does is straightforward but essential It ensures that the SEC's advocate for small business capital formation doesn't treat rural as an afterthought. It makes rural entrepreneurs a formal part of the SEC's mandate, so that their colleagues so that their challenges are not only heard, but studied, understood, and addressed. This legislation ensures the federal government starts asking the right questions about how we close funding gaps in a way that's tailored to rural communities. It is a targeted, bipartisan fix that ensures that rural voices are at the table when capital formation policy is shaped. I urge my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I strongly support this legislation, which would require the SEC's Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation to report on capital access issues faced by small rural businesses. Currently, the Advocate reports on small businesses that are minority-owned, women-owned, and disaster-stricken, but at present does not cover businesses in rural areas. This bill simply adds rural small businesses to the list of covered entities that the office will report on. Small businesses, no matter where they are located or who they are owned by, are the backbone of the American economy. Lawmakers and regulators should be doing everything they can to support them. I urge all members to support this bill.
Gentlewoman yields back.
Move back.
Seeks recognition. Hearing none, let me recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to support this good work by two of our new members on the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Bynum, and working in conjunction with the bill sponsor, Mr. Downing. I want to commend them as brand-new members of the committee in the 119th Congress for working together for such a good, solid, common-sense purpose. H.R. 1190 will break down one of the continued burdens that we have, which is expanding access to capital, particularly in rural America. And Mr. Downing has outstanding entrepreneur background, firsthand experience, and how challenging it can be for angel investors, organized venture capitalists, for entrepreneurs all to be connected and matched up, and we're delighted that he represents the mountain states of our country on this committee. Once again, this would urge the advocate in the SEC and require them to prioritize reaching out to small businesses and identifying unique barriers in rural areas on accessing capital. So I commend Mr. Downing and Ms. Bynum working together on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any other amendments? If there are no other people seeking recognition, we'll consider amendments. Are there any amendments to Mr. Downing's A&S? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 1190 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlewoman from Missouri.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hand. A recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. A vote on this question is postponed. We'll now move to consideration of the next measure. Pursuant to notice I call up H.R. 3352, Helping Angels Lead Our Startups, the HALOS Act of 2025, introduced by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3352, to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to revise rules relating to general solicitation or general advertising to allow for presentations or other communication made by or on behalf of an issuer at certain events and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3352, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York, designated as Lawler 054.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized to explain his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For several years, small businesses have been weathering turbulent economic times, having survived COVID. They contended with burdensome regulations and high inflation, which have stifled economic growth, held back entrepreneurs, and frankly made it harder for everyday Americans to pursue their American dream. According to the Small Business Administration, small businesses, defined as firms with fewer than 500 employees, accounted for approximately 43.5% of U.S. GDP. These businesses also created over 70% of net new jobs since 2019, with the U.S. averaging 430,000 new business applications per month in 2024, a 50% increase from 2019. We should be doing everything we can to promote investment, foster entrepreneurship, and spur on small business growth, whether it's reforming outdated policy or making it easier to access capital, which is why I asked my colleagues to support my Helping Angels Lead Our Startups Act, otherwise known as the HALOS Act. The HALOS Act promotes access to investment capital for small companies and ensures that startups can continue to generate interest and connect with investors. The bill defines an angel investor and clarifies the definition of general solicitation to ensure that startups have the opportunity and ability to discuss their products and business plans at certain events known as demo days. In doing so, companies will be able to engage with a wider audience of investors and spread the word about the products and services that they offer to help develop a thriving and diverse economy. Barriers like the general compliance requirements on general solicitations can reduce opportunities for small businesses, entrepreneurs, and everyday investors as they both soak up the amount of time and resources needed, but also deter small businesses who are afraid of unintentionally violating these laws. We have seen many successes since the passing of the Bipartisan Jobs Act over a decade ago, which helped reduce barriers to investment. The HALOS Act is the logical next step on the road of clarifying and modernizing rules that will enable startups to find the resources they need to grow and thrive. Every year, angel investors support tens of thousands of small businesses, and their long-term impact is undeniable. Household names like Amazon, Costco, Facebook, Google, and Starbucks all started with the backing of angel investors. By facilitating angel investment, we are working towards a stronger, more dynamic economy, lifting entrepreneurs of all ages and ensuring they have access to the early capital they require. When we cut red tape, ease the burden on businesses, and make it cheaper and simpler for growing companies to raise capital, we're not just helping businesses expand, we're opening doors. And that means more opportunities for underrepresented entrepreneurs and communities that have historically faced barriers to funding. The HALOS Act allows folks to get eyes on their business and find a vital potential investor their business needs to succeed. So I'm glad that we were able to make a revision to alleviate some of the concerns posed by the ranking member. I'd like to thank her, as well as my Democratic colleague, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, for co-leading this vital piece of legislation. And I want to thank Chairman Hill and Chairwoman Wagner for making sure that this bill was part of the markup today. I urge all of you to support this pragmatic measure to help our small businesses, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Let me call on the ranking member. I beg your pardon. Let me call on the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I support H.R. 3352, the Helping Angels Lead Our Startups HALOS Act, and I thank Congressman Lawler for his leadership on this issue. In communities across the country, innovation doesn't just happen on stock exchanges. It starts in tech incubators, co-working spaces, and university labs. But too often, promising startups hit a wall early because they are limited in ways to engage with potential investors without triggering complex securities law. This bill provides clarity around what qualifies as a general solicitation and ensures that legitimate demo day events where entrepreneurs present their ideas to investors don't get caught up in red tape. The goal here is not to deregulate. is to make sure that our rules distinguish between a formal securities offering and a simple conversation about a business idea. If we want to foster entrepreneurship, we need to ensure our regulations support the early stages of capital formation. H.R. 3352 gives small startups and investors confidence that participating in a demo day won't accidentally violate federal securities law.
Next week.
I urge my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, to support this bipartisan pro-growth bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters,
I move to strike the last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill does two things. First, it allows startups to discuss their products and business plans at certain events known as demo days, without such discussions counting as a general solicitation under the securities regulation, and therefore as an investment offering necessitating SEC registration. Second, it defines what an angel investor is for purposes of securities laws. Angel investors are simply well-off individuals that invest money into startups. Unlike prior iterations of this bill, the current bill prohibits demo days from taking place at facilities owned by religious institutions and allows both Native American tribes and startup incubators to host them. I've personally seen bad actors taking advantage of churches in Los Angeles, and it has devastated their congregations. I'm pleased Mr. Lawler agreed to remove churches and other religious institutions from his bill. The bill also maintains SEC's ability to set additional guardrails to ensure companies or their investors don't misuse the opportunity to speak with potential investors. These changes sufficiently address concerns I had, and I'm pleased to recommend a yes vote on H.R. 3352. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Seeing no other members seeking recognition, I recognize myself for 5 minutes in support of Mr. Lawler's bill, H.R. 3352, the HALOS Act. Mr. Lawler, what I like about this bill is that it's building on the theme from our decade of work from the original Jobs Act in trying to enhance the venture ecosystem, and implementing this bipartisan effort included the concept of demo days, communications, made an event sponsored by a group or entity that invites investors to present their businesses the potential as a general solicitation. Classifying these communications as general solicitation limited the regulatory pathways a company could choose from raising money, as it's certainly offering exemptions to prohibit the use of general solicitation. This bill clarifies that, and I think it is a real benefit, as Chairwoman Wagner pointed out. When I travel and visit my innovation hubs, my venture co-working spaces, my startup junkie locations or university campuses, this will be a big component of encouraging angel investor groups to have access to this sort of work. So H.R. 3355 includes how this works and clarifies it, and I support it fully, and I yield back the balance of my time. Does anybody else seek recognition? If there are no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed will signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 3352 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Chairman.
Chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from New York.
A recorded vote.
Gentleman from New York requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3, the committee rules a vote on this question is postponed. We'll now move to the next bill under consideration, which is H.R. 3348, the Accredited Investor Definition Review Act, introduced by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, who's the vice chairman of the full committee. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3348, to amend the Securities Act of 1933 and the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act with respect to the definition of accredited investor and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report his amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3348 offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan, designated as Huizen 020.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and this will serve as the base test for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Small businesses, entrepreneurs, emerging companies are what drive the American economy, and we meet them in our districts every day. We hear their stories. We see firsthand the benefits that their dreams, their innovations, and hard work provide to our constituents, our communities, their neighbors. Last year, as part of the committee's capital formation agenda, we heard from everyday Americans who, despite the odds, succeeded in achieving their dreams. Under current securities laws, accredited investors are allowed to purchase securities that haven't been registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. These types of offerings carry more risk than public offerings, and in theory, individuals with enough financial sophistication or net worth, which I have to editorialize, are two very different things. Just because you're rich does not mean you actually have financial sophistication. But nonetheless, that's the definition that we're dealing with. These are individuals with enough financial sophistication or net worth. They can bear the potential losses that may be associated with these types of securities. Simply put, accredited investors are currently defined by the SEC based on their income and their net worth, not whether they can actually understand financial markets or have demonstrated greater sophistication or expertise or understand the risk. My bill, the Accredited Investor Definition Review Act, would require the SEC to incorporate additional, quote, certifications, designations, or credentials that further the purpose of the accredited investor definition, close quote, within 18 months, and thereafter assess the addition of certifications, designations, or credentials every 5 years. In 2024, the SEC's updated the definition of an accredited investor, but it failed to update the pre-existing financial thresholds. Without congressional action, innovators who often turn to their own local communities will be unable to reach those investors who can make a huge impact for them. As we've heard today, the current definition the SEC uses to identify accredited investors is outdated. Today, that definition is solely based on wealth. The ability to participate in a private offering should not be limited to individuals that pass some type of federal government assets test. Instead, the ability to participate should be expanded to include all individuals that demonstrate that they have a sufficient understanding of that offering. Mr. Chairman, last Congress, this bill passed with a broad bipartisan support in both this committee and then on the House floor. And actually, I would note that it passed 41-2 out of our committee. I think we can all agree that we need to open our capital markets and our financial system to more people, not less. Let's offer more opportunity. So I urge my colleagues to once again support this legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, who seeks recognition and support of Mr. Huizenga's amendment. Ms. Wagner, the chair of the Capital Markets Committee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan for his leadership on this bill, which would provide more everyday investors with opportunities to save and build wealth. The accredited investor definition creates inequality in our securities law by restricting investments in the private market, where returns are often the highest. to only those who are already well off. This bill takes a major step towards expanding the current accredited investor definition by requiring the SEC to review the list of certifications, designations, and credentials for qualifying as an accredited investor. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back, who seeks recognition. The ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Well, we're not ready for amendments yet. Let me ask the gentlewoman to hold on that just for a moment. Anybody else seek recognition on the Mr. Huizenga's amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, let me recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan, our vice chairman of the full committee, for offering his additional thoughtful proposal to increase qualified accredited investors across our country. We want to continue, as I said a few minutes ago, to build the venture ecosystem and make sure that more Americans have the opportunity to invest in those private opportunities that exist, but we also want to make sure that that's done in the right way, in a thoughtful way that enhances expertise. HR 3348 ensures the definition of an accredited investor keeps pace with modern financial literacy and professional expertise. So I thank him for his bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there amendments to the gentleman's bill? Ranking member of the full committee.
Thank you, and I do have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlewoman will pause, and she has an amendment at the desk. We'll let that be distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to raise a point of order.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order. Okay. You're going to call votes. I think we'll finish this. Gentleman from Michigan reserved a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3348, offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as amend H.R. 3348-1.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Huizenga's Accredited Investor Definition Review Act would give broad discretion to the SEC to redefine, quote, an accredited investor, quote, unquote. As I spoke to earlier regarding Mr. Hill's accredited investor bill, which I support, the accredited investor framework, which is being changed by this and other bills today, has long protected the general public from being sold high-risk, illiquid private securities. Unlike in our public capital markets, the private capital markets companies do not provide anywhere near the same financial and other disclosures to investors, and there are not the same legal protections for investors either, nor is there the same ability of the SEC or the state securities regulators to police these markets. But the SEC under Trump is not the SEC I know. President Trump has asserted stunning and unlawful control over executive agencies and commissions, since taking office, including the SEC. He sent his billionaire co-president, Elon Musk, and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency into the building to gut the agency, and Trump's budget office has inserted its control over all of SEC's rulemaking going forward, and most alarmingly and clearly in violation of the law. Trump has fired independent commissioners at other agencies like the National Credit Union Administration and the FTC, which also serves as a threat to SEC's commissioners. As the lone Democratic SEC commissioner, Caroline Crenshaw warned recently, the SEC under Trump is abandoning its investor protection mandate, not to mention nearly 15% of SEC personnel have departed since October 2024 through retirements, resignations, or fear of firings. This loss of deep expertise offered by dedicated public servants will weaken the agency's capacity to prevent or manage the next market shock. In the preceding 4 months, the Commission has used staff guidance, no action letters, and press releases rather than notice and comment rulemaking to dilute or pause recently adopted rules. Some of the deferred or paused rules and regulatory actions include crypto mining, meme coins, advisor marketing, stable coins, securitization conflicts, proxy proposals, and accredited investor verification. My amendment would address my concern with Trump's SEC by limiting the SEC's discretion in changing the definition of accredited investor. Under the amendment, the SEC could only adjust the definition if it leads to capital formation without reductions in investor protection. I urge all members to support this amendment. This amendment is very important. I understand from several sources that the President of the United States has instructed SEC to get rid of all regulations related to crypto. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Michigan insist on his point of order?
No, I will withdraw my point of order.
Is there further debate on Mrs. Waters' amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Michigan is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the ranking member's concerns. And as you and I were having a little sidebar, we wanted to talk a little bit about how this all fits together. Your bill, Mr. Chairman, is looking at professional qualifications, doctors, nuclear scientists, a CPA, a CFA, somebody who has a particular expertise and a training, and they literally have a professional license in many of these cases. Our colleague, Mr. Flood's, take a test, for lack of a better term, view of this, basically going and proving what you know in that subject area. This was something that former Chairman McHenry had worked on. My portion of this is to look at and designate certain specific specialty certificates. This is something that has been long talked about. We've battled through some of these finer points in previous years, and in fact, the bill as it sits today, my amendment in the nature of a substitute, is exactly the bill that we passed out of committee last term. It had 2 votes against it, Congresswoman Tlaib from Michigan and Congresswoman Presley from Massachusetts were the 2 lone dissenting votes. It went to the House floor. There was great merriment on the House floor, unity on it. In fact, it was unanimously adopted. And I do want to quote, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with the ranking member. I just want to point out that in April of '23, during the markup of this very bill, she said, quote, "Mr. Huizenga's Accredited Investor Definition Review Act gives the SEC the authority to periodically review what credentials will qualify for accredited investor status and update the list of credentials as is necessary. I believe this ensures that the definition is not stagnant and changes with the times as new certifications and degrees are developed. As a result, more investors will have access to the private markets while ensuring that they have the adequate tools to understand the risks involved in this space. And I ask for an aye vote," close quote. I wholeheartedly agree with the ranking member then, and I would just point out that if members plan to vote for Chairman Hill's Opportunities for Professional Experts Act, and if you plan to vote for Mr. Flood's bill, you should support this bill as well. And my bill builds on Mr. Hill's accredited investor legislation, and I do believe that this is the right direction. I will also note that we have some other bills that are addressing the functionality of the SEC. Mr. Meeks has 3357 that's up today. Mr. Himes has 3395. The ranking member has 3422. All are bills dealing with the SEC and directing the SEC to do something. So if we have confidence in those areas for the SEC to do the right thing, which I do, I do believe that that the appointments that are there are solid, they're well-known, well-vetted, well-educated folks, then we should take that same philosophy with my particular bill as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back to you.
I thank the gentleman for his legislation. He yields back. Who seeks recognition on this bill? I mean, on the amendment, Mrs. Waters' amendment to the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I request additional time. Can we respond or not? Okay.
If there's no further debate on the question, now occurs on the amendment from the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed to the amendment shall be signified by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. For what purposes the gentlewoman from California requests a recorded vote? All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Are there further amendments to Mr. Huizenga's amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered, and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question and report the measure. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will briefly recess. We will reconvene immediately following the vote series. We will reconvene immediately following the vote series at 2:15. Members are notified that votes are called for at 1:30. The committee is briefly in recess. Committee will come back to order. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2441, the Improving Disclosure Investors Act of 2025, introduced by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, our Vice Chairman of the full committee. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 2441, to provide for the electronic delivery of certain regulatory document required under the securities law.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2441, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan, designated as Huizen 018.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, for the second time, this committee will have an opportunity to debate the Improving Disclosure for Investors Act, a common sense bill that has a long history of bipartisan support. And let me remind my colleagues, e-delivery is not a new, radical concept. In 2018, the Social Security Administration eliminated paper as the primary method of delivering benefit statements to individuals. Now, nearly 45 million Americans who receive benefits from the Social Security Administration have created online accounts to access their information. Likewise, the Federal Thrift Savings Plan, the TSP, which is the system that federal employees operate under, and in fact, many in this room use, began offering statements digitally in 2003, with 5.5 million, or 85% of participants, currently taking advantage of this option. And while you may hear some rhetoric today that elderly or rural Americans will no longer have access to vital investor documents, the reality couldn't be further from the truth. According to the American Association of Retired Persons, a recent study found that 3 in 4 Americans over the age of 50 rely on technology to stay connected, with 86% adopting smartphones. Mr. Chairman, the Improving Disclosure for Investors Act is straightforward. First, it directs the Securities and Exchange Commission to promulgate rules with respect to electronic delivery of certain required disclosures to investors. Second, it provides a transition period, allowing an initial paper communication about electronic delivery to be sent to existing investors. Third, during a period to not exceed 2 years, the bill requires delivery of an annual notice in paper solely to remind investors of their ability to opt out of that electronic delivery at any time. And lastly, and I can't say this enough, the bill provides a mechanism for investors at any time and in any circumstances to opt out of e-delivery and once again receive paper versions of their documents. So as a reminder, a version of this bill passed the House last Congress. It had broad bipartisan support from a large cross-section of both conferences, including 62 Democrats and many of my colleagues that sit on this committee. So I want to close by thanking both Chairwoman Wagner and Ranking Member Sherman for their support of this, which is important given their years of experience and leadership on the Capital Markets Subcommittee. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan common sense legislation that is not only guided by a commitment to honor consumer choice, but to also ensure Americans receive important information in a timely and secure manner. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition in support of?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sherman,
I rise in support of this bill.
recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to speak on behalf of the trees. They would prefer to keep growing and not be cut down. This will save a lot of trees, and that's why the Environmental Paper Network, whose members include the Sierra Club, the World Wildlife Fund, Friends of the Earth, are supportive of this bill. As Mr. Huizenga points out, an investor who wants to receive statements on paper will receive them on paper. And finally, I would say that electronic delivery is actually superior in at least one respect, and that is when I get things on paper, I happen to have a trash can located right near my mailbox. and I might lose it or I might throw it away. Whereas if it comes electronically, all I have to do is search the inbox for things from Merrill Lynch. It's right there for me to read whenever I happen to have the time to read it. Now, I'm not saying that there's ever been a hearing in this room that has been so lacking in riveting attention that has caused me to look at my iPad and look at shareholder disclosures, but I'm not saying that that has never happened either. So this bill provides for what I think will be better delivery for the vast majority of people. It allows others to get it on paper. It will save trees. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman, Mrs. Wagner, the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan, the vice chair of our committee, for introducing this common sense bill, Mr. Huizenga, that brings disclosure, document delivery for investors into the 21st century. This bipartisan bill, and I thank the vice-ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman, also, for it prioritizes electronic delivery as a method for receiving investment documents while still preserving choice for investors to continue to receive paper documents. Providing these financial documents immediately, securely, and in an accessible way is important to investors and would also save thousands of tons of paper from being wasted each year. It is time for the SEC to align with other federal agencies by making e-delivery the default while maintaining choice. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, we'll move on to amendments. Are there amendments to the gentleman from Michigan's bill? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to raise a point of order.
Gentleman from Texas reserves a point of order.
Or Michigan.
He's not from Texas.
Michigan to whoever. Yeah, Michigan, exactly. Very good.
Northern border versus southern border, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is in fact from Michigan. Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2441 offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas, designated as Amend H. 24412.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized to explain the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I too like trees. In fact, I would probably propose that we reconsider making 100 copies of everything and just make one for each committee member, or much less than 100. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, we look at that and make a real change if we need to save paper. But I don't see this about saving paper. I see this as making sure that all investors have notice about what is going on with their accounts. And the only way to do that is to continue, particularly for our seniors, paper statements. So I'm opposed to H.R. 2441, otherwise known as the e-delivery bill, in its current form. H.R. 1807 ignores the reality that many investors, particularly seniors, do not have access to or ability to retrieve electronic documents, or simply do not prefer electronic delivery of financial documents. I know I personally have seen that in my district with so many seniors complaining about Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and other programs going online when they have no access to Wi-Fi at home, don't know anything about their computers, and rely on their children to maybe help them. So this bill requires investors to opt out of electronic delivery rather than opting in, effectively preventing individuals who do not have consistent or easy access to the internet from viewing important financial documents about the securities they invest in. But even though Republicans and big industry interests pushing this bill will say that investors will be able to choose, what will really happen is they will be forced to receive their documents electronically because they won't know how to receive paper delivery. We already know that most electronic deliveries today from financial institutions result in low click-through rates to the disclosures they provide. The online marketing firm Constant Contact indicates that as little as under 1% of the materials or links sent in email messages are not opened and viewed. Put another way, Wall Street knows very clearly that no one is reading their disclosures when they are online. It's not burdensome for brokerage firms to obtain consent to electronic delivery under the SEC's current guidance. Most new investors choose to receive most communications electronically when they open a new brokerage account. We need to ensure that investors have a real choice. The AARP, representing millions of seniors across America, strongly opposes this bill, and in an opposition letter submitted for this Congress, they wrote, quote, adults 55 and older make up approximately a third of the U.S. population and control almost 80% of stocks and funds, and Americans over 70 control 30% of stocks and funds. AARP's polling shows the majority of older adults would prefer to receive paper statements in the mail at least once a year. It is therefore clear most investors would prefer to receive paper statements, end quote. This bill in its current form builds on this elitist attitude that everything should be virtual, even though 8% of Americans do not have access to the internet. The overwhelming bulk of investors are aware that electronic delivery is an option for receiving investor communications. Those who want communications by mail have made a choice. Their choice should be respected. They should not be forced to jump through hoops just to make a change. It is for this reason I offered a simple amendment that would allow seniors and other investors that have already made the choice in the preceding 12 months, that's the key, the preceding 12 months, and the underlying bill's enactment date, to receive paper copies of their disclosures to continue doing so without needing to once again opt in or to jump through any hoops. I hope that members recognize that anyone who already told their advisor or broker they want paper disclosures shouldn't have to do that again. Surveys also show that today investors are receiving disclosures the way they want to receive them. A past FINRA survey shows that 38% of investors prefer email, 30% prefer mail, 15% prefer in person, and 10% prefer to visit their information on a website rather than email. I don't understand why we would force everyone into a method of communication that the industry prefers, but our constituents don't. It should be about the investor's choice. Several major investment advocate groups strongly oppose this bill, including AARP, NASAA, Consumer Federation of America, Americans for Financial Reform, and Public Citizen Labor Organizations, to name a few.
Gentlewoman's
Thank you, and I
time
yield
has
back.
expired. Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Michigan insist on his point of order?
I do not.
Who seeks recognition on the amendment, on the Garcia amendment? If there's no further debate, Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this debate, I frankly find it, while it's maybe well-intentioned, I find it duplicative, it's redundant, and I just need to point out a couple of things. First and foremost, I worked with Ranking Member Sherman and Mr. Auchincloss and others to try to lock in consumer protections that had been a concern from previous iterations. I will note that broker-dealers do not use constant contact as a way of communicating. There will be a transition period notified by paper to all of these, potential recipients. So they will have that opportunity to receive mail. There will be up to a 2-year period which will require annual notices, meaning there could be up to 2 of those additional paper notices of reminding investors of their ability to opt out of e-delivery. And lastly, again, as I had said previously, the bill provides a mechanism for investors at any time to opt out of e-delivery. Now, the gentlewoman was expressing some concern about accessibility. It's interesting, much of our government has shifted to e-delivery. 2020, the Department of Labor, under the Biden administration, moved to e-delivery as a default for all workplace plan participants. So everyone is receiving a e-delivery. And they found that it's new, this is quoting from the Department of Labor, again, under the Biden administration, the department found its new e-delivery rule was, quote, unlikely to have a negative impact on individuals residing in rural and remote areas, seniors, and other populations that either lack access to web-based communications or who only have access through public means, close quote. In 2021, a Pew study found that 90% of rural U.S. adults, and that's my district, I've got a lot of that area, rural U.S. adults use the internet, while 77% of all U.S. adults had a broadband connection at home, a number that has increased rapidly over the last couple of decades. There is a logical or maybe too obvious a point to this, which is if you don't, as an investor, have an email in the system, there's no mechanism to put you on e-delivery. So it may have been a point where my mom and dad are gone now, but my mom never had an email, all right? Mom was never going to have an e-delivery foisted on her because she never had an email to have one. So in other words, it's logical that the only way that you could even possibly be subject to receiving e-delivery would be if you have an active email. Otherwise, you simply are going to receive it as you currently do on paper in the mail. So at the end of the day, we have, again, worked to lock in consumer protections. We have worked to make sure that there are outs if someone is in an e-delivery system and wants to get out of that. We certainly have periods of transition that were baked into this. And at the end of the day, it's up to the consumer to decide if they do not want to receive e-delivery, they do not have to receive e-delivery. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield
Well,
back.
the gentleman may yield with your last minute.
I will yield briefly.
Yeah, I'm being advised that the bill itself requires that if you don't have an email, that they'll create one for you to force you to receive the messages by email.
That's not my understanding of the bill. Let's check on that a second. That's a new argument that we would have to see the language on that. So that is not our understanding at all of the bill.
Well, do you all have the,
Reclaiming my time. Yeah, if you could cite where exactly in the bill it says that, we're happy to take a look at that. But I do not believe that that is the case.
can we just pause for a minute?
My time has expired, so I.
Gentleman's time has expired. Let's just pause, let's suspend just for a moment, have a little clarification, and then I'm sure someone will yield some time.
So this
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I don't have any additional time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think our staff has kind of huddled, and it's on page 7. And I think the commentary to the bill is being used by some of the industry to interpret as giving them the flexibility, if you will, to create a mailbox, to create a host, if you will, of a email address for someone to use, and that would be considered delivery. Of course, the investor may not know how to access it, who knows where it will be. So I think this is a very strong reason to make sure that this gets tightened up and we allow people to opt in rather than opt out. Sure.
I appreciate the gentlelady yielding through Mr. Lynch. First and foremost, I guess our belief is that's pretty creative reading to the way this is laid out.
It is creative reading by industry of what they can do.
Okay, electronic delivery, the term electronic delivery with respect to regulatory document includes any other electronic method reasonably designed to ensure receipt of such regulatory document by the investor. If what I'm understanding you're saying is your fear would be that they would create a ghost inbox that nobody was able to access, that to me would violate the reasonably designed to ensure receipt portion of that section C on page 7. The other thing that, as I look at it, while I am not a lawyer, I've had vast experience with a number of lawyers, and lawyers love to take an opportunity.
You're looking at one, so be careful.
Yes, I understand that, and there are probably lawyers watching this right now saying, please, oh please, oh please, have this ghost inbox so we can create a lawsuit that is going to cover the entire country's retirees, because that's going to be a class action suit in a nanosecond. But thirdly, what I'm a little confused about is this is the exact same language that we had previously. The red line that the minority has had a look at since we had passed this previously never raised this concern before. So I don't know if there's some new epiphany that has occurred, but I believe that the language of any other electronic method reasonably designed to ensure receipt of such regulatory document by investor, this is page 7, section 3C, would seem to cover any concern that there might be of some sort of creation of an intentional ghost deposit email or other electronic deposit of information knowingly that people can't access. That to me seems, no matter.
No, I think you're stretching it, sir. I mean.
Well, it's your time, but I would say that the original stretch on the interpretation of the language brought us to this.
The interpretation is not by
conclusion.
me, it's interpretation that industry is looking at to give them the wiggle room to cover, sending it to someone who doesn't have email, who doesn't have access to a computer, who doesn't have Wi-Fi at home, doesn't have it. So your rural area is much luckier than mine. I mean, even back home, when I go home to South Texas, my sister still has to go to the public library in town because she doesn't have access. I know that when I go home, once I get past Corpus, I may not get cell phone service. So the problem is access and people's choices. People want to see and touch and feel. We're not talking about the Department of Labor here. We're talking about people's money, investments, their lifetime. So I don't know what the DOL did, but we're talking about people's money. We're not talking about labor and employment issues. But with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Lynch, it's Mr. Lynch's time.
Mr. Lynch, are you back?
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman, I do. Ms. Chairman?
Ms. Wagner of Missouri.
I would yield time to the vice chair of our full committee. Mr. Huizenga.
Gentlewoman has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm getting more and more confused. I'm not sure if we're talking about an intentional creation of a place where a company that you have hired to manage your money is going to intentionally dump information that you can't access, which is one of the arguments I heard. Or is it that there truly are, no matter what we are trying to cover here, there's going to be people that technologically cannot receive that information? I would go back to my earlier discussion about the fact that I cannot envision a world, and I'm a pretty cynical Calvinist in my view of man and our nature. But you're asking me to believe that an investment company that I am hiring is going to intentionally deceive me and keep information away from me, knowing that they're putting it into a spot that I can't access. That's a cynicism that I think even stretches the bounds of Washington, D.C. sometimes. So I don't see where that argument goes. I will note, Mr. Chairman, that this is a copy of the red line that we had been passing back and forth with the minority. There's B above it was scratched out and relabeled. C was left right as it is. I mean, this is something that the minority's input has. Yeah, please, I'll yield to the chair.
Thank you for yielding. Just for a question, would it be, if this is of concern to both sides, that this could be misinterpreted, were the gentlewoman from Texas to withdraw her amendment, could you all work on some language that satisfies page 7, section C in a more clarifying way before we went to the House floor? I'd ask you for your views on that, and I'd turn and ask Ms. Garcia for her views.
Yes, I for one am certainly willing to look at how we can tighten up.
Because it's true, this bill has passed the House before with this language, is that true?
It is, yes, correct.
Yes, okay, well, it had strong bipartisan support in the past, is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so Ms. Garcia, would that be something you might consider?
Sure. We'll withdraw the amendment on the condition that we will get together and try to clear up any ambiguities. And I think it would be also good for the author of the bill to see the commentary language directly where this is talked about, which is where we got it from.
I think just in this, I know this is an amendment to this particular section, so I think clearing up this particular section would be, the ambiguity is clear. I think the sponsor of the legislation and you with the amendment make that important point. So does the gentleman withdraw her amendment?
Yes.
Gentlewoman.
Under those conditions.
The gentleman withdraws her amendment with the understanding that the majority minority will work on page 7, section C, and ensure that it's clear and less ambiguous, and that the intent meets the sponsor of the legislation's intent. And with that, I yield back.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and I yield back to the Chair of Capital Markets.
I thank you, and I just want to reiterate this extreme bipartisan nature of this piece of legislation, Mr. Chairman, and e-delivery, receiving these kinds of documents while still providing choice to investors to continue to receive a paper document if they would like is I think, clear and fundamental in this bill, and certainly it's not only has bipartisan support, it has passed in a very large number. So I'm very supportive of the bill. I'm glad we can come to some kind of agreement for moving forward, but I do want this bill to be brought forward to the floor, as it is time that we move into the 21st century here in terms of e-delivery, and time that we stop killing trees over documents like this, as you have admitted, and many on both sides of the aisle that are rarely even glanced at. Sad or not sad, that's the truth of it. So I thank the gentleman, and I thank the gentlelady, Ms. Garcia, for working together on this, and I hope that we can move forward and support the underlying legislation. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further amendment? The gentlewoman has withdrawn her amendment. Is there further amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Michigan. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2441, as amended. As amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purposes, the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Seeing no further amendments, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately vote on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then we'll consider the question to transmit the measure. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 1013, the Retirement Fairness for Charities and Educational Institutions Act of 2025, introduced by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, the chair of our Task Force on Monetary Policy. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 1013, to amend the federal securities law to enhance 403B plans and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Oklahoma has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1013, offered by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, designated as Lucas 015.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for including my bill in today's markup. H.R. 1013, the Retirement Fairness for Charities and Educational Institutions Act, corrects the disparity between 403B retirement plans and all other plans, including 401K plans, government 457B plans, and the Federal Thrift Savings Plan. Under current law, 403 plans available to public servants like healthcare workers, teachers, and nonprofit employees are not able to invest in collective investment trusts and insurance company separate accounts. These products are pooled investment vehicles sponsored and maintained by a bank, a trust company, or an insurance company. Since 1958, public servants, like teachers and nonprofit workers, have relied on 403B retirement plans to prepare and save for the future. These are institutional plans, like 401Ks. The law has not kept up with allowing 403B retirement plans access to the same variety and availability of investment products available to the private sector. This bill would not only provide a level playing field for workers, regardless of the type of retirement plan their employers sponsor, but would also allow nonprofit institutions like hospitals, public schools, and charities to compete with the private sector for talent through their retirement plan offerings. The effort to finally provide parity to retirement options of our public servants is a bipartisan one spanning several Congresses. In the 117th Congress, the Ways and Means Committee unanimously passed this measure under former Chairman Neal's leadership. While only the tax code was ultimately fixed for 403B plans that year, it was a needed step in correcting this disparity. That vote was nearly unanimous, 414 yeas to 5 nays. I introduced this bill last Congress to finish the work that the Democratic majority began and correct the underlying securities laws. 2 years ago, this committee favorably reported this bill for the floor consideration with 35 yeas. And when I offered the measure as an amendment, I should say, to a broader bill on the floor, it received overwhelming support of over 300 members. I'm proud to have great partners in this effort like Mr. Barr, Mr. Foster, and Mr. Gottheimer. And I urge all of my colleagues to support consistency across all retirement plans by joining us in supporting this bill today. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lucas yields back. who seeks recognition? Dr. Foster of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation that will ensure that nonprofit employees and educators have access to the same low-cost retirement investment options that their private sector counterparts have. Through this bill, we will address disparities between the nonprofit and private sectors and help provide a strong financial future for those who wish to dedicate their careers to serving others. Since 403B plans were established in 1958, there have been many changes to the retirement landscape, and Congress has regularly taken steps to modernize to reflect those changes. This legislation builds on the bipartisan Secure 2.0 Act of 2022 that recognized that nonprofit workers saving through 403B plans would have access to low-cost collective investment trusts and insurance separate accounts that private sector employees with 401ks and federal workers with thrift saving plan accounts already have access to. The Secure 2.0 took steps to provide 403B plans parity with their private sector counterparts, making the necessary changes to the tax code. However, the bill did not include the necessary securities law changes to allow the change to go into effect. This legislation aims to level the playing field for nonprofit workers and educators by making those changes and granting 403B plan participants access to low-cost investment products with management and expense costs that can be as low as half those charged by a typical mutual fund. Lower expense ratios for retirement investments lead to greater savings upon retirement, a greater quality of life for the beneficiary. The Department of Labor Employee Benefits Security Administration recognizes that over a 35-year career, only a 1% difference in fees and expenses can reduce an individual's retirement savings by 28%. Over a person's career, that can mean a difference of tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in retirement savings. In addition to providing parity for 403B plan beneficiaries, this legislation contains and preserves important investor protections. The bill clearly prohibits sales to retail and This bill clearly prohibits sales directly to retail retirement savers who may not fully appreciate the risks that come with the various options that they have to make to invest their savings. It does so by requiring plans that offer these products as an option to have an ERISA fiduciary or a state and local government, be a state and local government entity, or an employer agreeing to take on a fiduciary responsibility to sponsor and oversee the plan. These provisions are important, reaffirming that these investment options should only be offered if an institutional plan manager, not the retirement saver, determines that they are an appropriate fit for the plan's beneficiaries. While these products are not registered with the SEC, the bill maintains strong regulatory oversight over the products by the Office of Comptroller of the Currency, Department of Labor, or state banking or insurance regulators as appropriate. Despite their registration status, the bill nonetheless preserves the SEC's ability to bring enforcement actions in the cases of fraud and the SEC's authority to regulate the investment managers of these investments. This legislation has been supported by many of the organizations with employees that stand to benefit from it, including the National Council of Nonprofits, United Way, and the National Council on Teacher Retirement. So I'd like to thank Congressman Lucas, Gottheimer, and Barr for their partnership on this legislation, and I encourage the rest of my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks, Ms. Wagner, Chairwoman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, is recognized to strike the last word.
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to voice my support for H.R. 1013, the Retirement Fairness for Charities and Educational Institutions Act. Across the country, we have small hospitals and public colleges and not-for-profits struggle to offer competitive retirement plans. These employers don't want special treatment. They want a level playing field. But under current law, they're boxed out of cost-effective investment vehicles simply because they offer 403B plans instead of 401ks. This isn't just a technical discrepancy, it's a barrier to attracting and retaining talent in sectors where margins are thin and mission-driven work, I believe, is critical. A school teacher or nurse should not have to pay more in fees just because they serve in a public or nonprofit setting. What this bill does is simple. It brings fairness and consistency to how we treat retirement savings vehicles across sectors. It aligns the treatment of 403B plans with what already works for 401Ks, without removing any fiduciary responsibilities or oversight to protect plan participants. If we're serious, Mr. Chairman, about supporting the institutions that hold our communities together, then we need to make sure their employees aren't disadvantaged when they save for retirement. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan good government bill. I applaud the bipartisan nature of it, and my colleague, Mr. Frank Lucas, for bringing this bill forward once again, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm afraid I see this completely differently than my friends and colleagues. So having experience of representing pension funds, both 401Ks, 403Bs, this is not creating a level playing field. Under a 401K plan, an employee is protected. Under this plan, a 403B employee would be unprotected. That is not leveling the playing field. A 401K employee who can, invest in some types of investments that might be riskier has, huge advantages to being part of that 401K. They have a fiduciary duty. The plan administrator has a fiduciary duty. They have recourse. To begin with, a 401K administrator is required to post a fidelity bond right up front to prevent fraud and misleading conduct. That doesn't happen under a 403B. Those employees have no protection. There's no bond, no recourse when a 403B employee gets ripped off. And now what this bill wants to do is push riskier investments into that space, into that 403B. And this is basically nurses, firefighters, teachers, your local community health center, those employees are in 403Bs. They don't get any protection from the added risk that we're putting them in right here. So I have an amendment. I'll talk about that in a minute. It's at the desk, but it would impose ERISA requirements on the 403Bs that the underlying bill would seek to impose on 403Bs. So that is leveling the playing field, because what I'm saying is, okay, if you want to do that, give the 403B retirees the same protection that you're giving the 401K retirees. That will truly level the playing field, because each one of them will have fiduciary protections, they'll have recourse, they'll have a cause of action, they'll be able to access the bond if the administrator scams them and leaves them high and dry. Remember, these folks take my wife works at a community health center in South Boston. They work for a lot of years. They don't make a whole lot of money. So what they have in their retirements, these 403Bs, is very dear to them. They don't. This is it for them. So they're more vulnerable and they deserve more protections, not less. So while I appreciate the desire for bipartisanship here, it is not present in my mind unless we level the playing field for the retiree, not just level the playing field for people that are selling products to each, because that's what you're doing. You're saying, okay, you can sell your products to a 401K, and now you can sell it to a 403B. The problem is the first group has protections. The second group, and this is how you're saying you're leveling the playing field, that second group, the 403B retirees, have no protections. That's not really leveling the playing field. So before I repeat myself, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from Texas.
Move to strike the last
The
word.
gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, the underlying bill, otherwise known as the 403B bill, puts the retirement savings of public interest employees at risk. As Mr. Lynch has said, there are no protections. 403B retirement plans cater to teachers, school administrators, professors, nonprofit employees, healthcare workers, and other public servants. These individuals dedicate their lives in the public interest. As Mr. Lynch said again, they don't make much and they treasure what they do have. They invest in the future of our children. They ensure we get the health care we need. Even during a global pandemic, and too often they aren't paid nearly enough to do the work that they do. There are current restrictions on how 403 plans can invest in their assets, and this is to ensure that these retirement accounts are generally safe investments. This bill would allow 403B plans to invest in two types of unregistered securities, neither of which would be subject to regulation or oversight by the SEC. More than half of all the 403B plans are not covered by ERISA protections, meaning that this newly allowed risk investment activity would also escape the oversight of the Department of Labor. And over 80% of smaller 403B plans are not covered by ERISA protections. This defeats the Republicans' claim that they're just creating parity for 401k plans, as nearly all 401k plans are covered by ERISA. To create true parity, we would need to restrict the sale of collective investment trusts, or CITs, and variable annuities to only 403B plans covered by ERISA. All in all, this bill would carve out over $1.1 trillion of retirement funds from federal oversight. This would constitute the single largest deregulatory action we have seen in years. And I must add that a hugely deregulatory action like this deserves a thorough scrutiny by this committee, as we are writing off our jurisdiction over these plans. We have not held a single hearing on this subject. I would welcome a detailed examination of the products and practices in the 401k, and only after such serious inquiry should we offer to deregulate 403B plans if warranted. Ultimately, this bill would put the hardest earned retirement savings of public interest professionals at risk. It does not level the playing field. It puts them in a landmine field. This is why I oppose the underlying bill, which is also opposed by AARP, state securities regulators, Consumer Federation of America, and others. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? I think you've already spoken on this.
Oh, I was gonna introduce my amendment.
Okay, we haven't got to that. We're not
Okay,
there yet, but
okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not hearing any more seeking comments, the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. The fact that these options are widely available to workers in 401k plans and participants in 457 plans, and including the federal thrift savings account plan that many members of Congress and staff participate in, demonstrates to me that somewhere along the line under ERISA, it's been deemed that this is covered by fiduciary responsibility. And so I'm very interested in the points that you made, Mr. Lynch, and look forward to it. But I think this bill is bipartisan, it's common sense. I think it's not exempting anyone from their fiduciary responsibility in these collective plans. And I urge my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there amendments on Mr. Lucas's amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it's being distributed. Does the chairman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee have a point of order she'd like to make?
I'd like to have a
Reserve
a point of order. Yes, sir.
The gentlewoman from Missouri has reserved a point of order.
Jet lag is creeping in,
I
yes.
understand. You can only imagine what I'm thinking. Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1013, offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as amend H.R. 1013-2.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would establish true parity, parity of protection for retirees in a 403B as compared to 401K retirees by allowing collective investment trusts and unregistered insurance-based products to be sold only to 403B plans that are subject to the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA. 403 plans are usually retirement plans for employees of public schools, government agencies, and community health centers, small community hospitals, and other tax-exempt nonprofit organizations. So these type of retirement savings plans are just a small way we can appreciate the teachers, firefighters, nurses, and other not-for-profit workers in their employ. These men and women who often work long hours, many years for limited pay for their entire careers deserve to have the best protection for their retirement savings plan and with adequate protections for the management of those funds. We should not be gambling with the retirement accounts of those who have given so much. As my colleagues know, 401K plans, while exempt under securities laws, are subject to the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, of 1975. The Department of Labor has dedicated administrative staff called the Employee Benefits Security Administration to oversee the administration of 401K plans, and these 401K ERISA plans afford various protections. Some of those protections, ERISA protects 401K plan beneficiaries by requiring fiduciary responsibility, by requiring reporting and disclosure, vesting and participation rules, and providing legal remedies for participants. And specifically, ERISA mandates that plan sponsors, trustees, administrators, and others act solely in the best interest of participants and beneficiaries, manage plans' assets prudently, and diversify investments, and ensure that reasonable plan expenses are maintained. Plan administrators are also required to provide participants with information about the plan, including investment options, fees, and their rights. And additionally, ERISA sets rules for participation and investing in 401K plans. In addition, under 401K, the administrator is required to post a fidelity bond. A fidelity bond is there for incidents of fraud or dishonesty. So those are all the protection for a 401K plan. A 403 plan, not so much. Very limited involvement by the employer, usually very light touch administration, far less protections for those. We've all seen what happens when we allow lax oversight and regulation over public pensions and retirement funds. Remember, following the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, we learned Ohio's Teachers Pension Union and CalPERS, California Public Employees Retirement Service, California Public Sector Pension Fund took a hit. We shouldn't be leaving public and not-for-profit workers' retirement funds vulnerable to those additional risks. By allowing unregistered financial professionals to sell unregistered products to 403 plans, this bill would leave public servants vulnerable to losing their retirement funds. And as it currently stands, how much time do I have? Okay. As it currently stands, securities law require financial professionals selling mutual funds and variable annuities to 403B plans to register with the SEC and be subject to the Exchange Act's protections. However, this bill would amend the Exchange Act to allow intermediaries to sell their products to 403B plans without having to register as broker-dealers. As a result, intermediaries selling to 403B plans won't be subject to SEC regulation and oversight. Financial professionals selling unregistered securities would not be required to comply with the regulation best interest advertising rules that ensure advertisements are fair and balanced, disclosure, record-keeping requirements, or supervisory responsibilities. They would also not be subject to examination and oversight by the SEC and FINRA. This bill would dangerously place risk upon public school teachers and other not-for-profit employees who are among the most vulnerable retirement savers. while my Republican colleagues seem determined to deregulate this space, we really have to think hard about this. We cannot just add risk. We have to add protections when we add risk, and that's not being done as part of this. If we make them subject to ERISA, we will create parity of protection for both groups. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Does the gentlewoman from Missouri insist on her point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lucas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would compromise the purpose of the underlying bill, which is to provide parity to public servants that participate in these plans. The underlying bill requires that CITs and separate accounts are only available when there is an institutional plan sponsor overseeing the 403(b) investments. This is identical to all other investment retirement plans. The underlying bill explicitly prohibits direct sales. The plan must have an ERISA fiduciary or a state or local government entity or an employer agreeing to take on the fiduciary status. Fiduciaries must act prudently and in the best interest of the participants. In addition, nothing in the underlying bill mandates inclusion of CITs and separate accounts. It merely provides access to those products. Plan sponsors, like school districts and nonprofits, retain full discretion on what products are offered based on local needs. By excluding non-ERISA plans, this amendment would mean that state and local governments, including public school teachers, would be singled out as the only employees without access to low-cost investments. All other government retirement plans can offer these investments, even though they are not subject to ERISA, including 401(k) plans, 457 plans, and the federal thrift savings plan. Furthermore, the underlying bill would retain the SEC's strict oversight of these investments. Even in non-ERISA plans, a debate concerning which plans would be subject to ERISA is outside the scope of the underlying bill. CITs in 401(k)s, pensions, 457(b) government plans, and thrift savings plans do not have to be nationally chartered. Forcing 403(b) plans to be nationally chartered creates less parity and more division among these plans and represents an arbitrary roadblock to lower cost investments. As in the case of pensions, 401(k) plans, 457(b) plans, and thrift savings plans, where the CIT and separate account investments are common, there are significant legal protections, including ERISA's fiduciary rules and the rules set up by federal, state, and local governments to protect their own workers. The SEC will still regulate fraud and bring enforcement actions based on misleading information. The SEC will also have full authority to regulate investment managers of these investments. The underlying bill is a targeted modernization that aligns 403(b) plans with all other retirement plans. Enforcement mechanisms are unaffected. When ERISA became law, Congress declined to include government plans within its scope. As a result, if a plan is considered a government plan and thus exempt from ERISA, another source for fiduciary responsibility must be determined. The underlying bill does not change this. Creating this condition for one type of retirement product over another is concerning. All government plans, 457(b) plans, are permitted to use their lower cost investments and are regulated by the states. This change would represent a significant overhaul of current retirement system and would suggest that some government workers, like nurses and teachers, should arbitrarily have a different structure than all other public service employees. For too long, we have limited the investment options made available to public servants compared to workers in the private sector. I respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment and support the underlying bill, which provides an even playing field for all retirement plans. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? The gentlewoman from Texas.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise to speak in support of Mr. Lynch's amendment. If our goal is truly to create parity between 401(k) and 403 plans in terms of their access to similar investment products, then we should also carry over the federal or state-based protections available for 401(k) plan participants and working families. Mr. Chairman, as you know, all 401k plans or ERISA plans. ERISA plans were administered under the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1975, and their sponsors are examined and held accountable by the Department of Labor's Employee Benefits Security Administration. Mr. Lucas's bill would deregulate 401(b) plans, which have grown enormously in recent years to now roughly $1.1 trillion under their management. The bill would permit risky financial products that are not registered with the SEC to be sold to public servants and nonprofit employees. Mr. Lynch's amendment would mitigate the risk here and afford the same protections. If we want to truly level the playing field, they should have the same protections available for 401k plan participants to 403 plan participants. I support this sensible and measured approach and urge all my colleagues to vote for it. I yield back.
Will you yield to me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clear something up here. So the statement that the employer or the government or the sponsor of the 403B plan can actually claim fiduciary responsibility and protect those employees is totally false. So in order to enjoy the safe harbor, the three exceptions to 401k ERISA compliance are government plans and mostly not-for-profit plans. So there's a whole list of things that you can't do as an employer. And being a fiduciary on behalf of that plan is one of them. So the employer on a 403B has to step away from the plan. And it is a light touch. There's probably 10 things they're allowed to do, which is they're allowed to take the pay and the contributions and direct them to the 403B rather. They're ministerial acts. They're not allowed in a substantive way to run that pension plan. It's not like a for-profit or a 401k where the employer, it's an employer-sponsored plan and there's active management there. These employees are not protected, and there's very, very little involvement, direct involvement by the employer. That's the whole point of this. That's why they're a 403B. It's very light administration for the employer because they can step away from it. That's the whole idea here. But they are protected. They have a safe harbor if they comply with that. If they get involved, it violates the safe harbor and they're liable. If they stand back and let the plan run itself, basically, they're okay. So the idea that these government entities are fiduciaries on behalf of those employees flies in the face of the law. And that's why we need this protection. They are more vulnerable, these 403B retirees. They're more vulnerable. They don't have the fiduciary protection that others might have with respect to their funds. They don't have the actuarial protections or the reporting and disclosure, all of that is part of ERISA. That's ERISA. And these plans are not ERISA compliant unless you adopt the amendment that I have on the floor right now. So that's sort of where we're at. I'll yield back to the gentlelady from Texas.
We urge a yes vote. Yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Chairman of the Capital Market Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner, recognized to strike the last word.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make it very, very clear here that these investments will only be available where there is an institutional plan sponsor overseeing the 403B investment, as there is in all other retirement plans. The plan must have, and I want to make sure we underscore that, must have an ERISA fiduciary, a state and local government entity, or an employer agreeing to take on fiduciary status. That is sponsoring and overseeing the plan. So there it is. And just as with ERISA plan sponsors, the state and local government must screen these investments. So this does indeed align the treatment of 403B plans with what already works for 401Ks without removing any fiduciary responsibilities or oversight that protect the plan participants. I would ask my colleagues to reject this amendment, as I believe we are covering retirement investees while also trying to make sure that we are retaining the kind of talent in sectors where margins are thin and mission-driven work is critical. These public and not-for-profit employees deserve to have the same kind of retirement savings along with the same kind of oversight, fiduciary responsibility. I would then yield the rest of my time to Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, colleague, and I very much appreciate the gentlelady from Missouri's observations. If you take nothing away from this, the point that she stressed so clearly is critical for your consideration. The underlying bill requires that CITs and separate accounts are only available when there is an institutional plan sponsor overseeing the 403B investments. This is identical to all other investment plans. Let's vote. I yield back to the gentlelady from Missouri.
And I yield back to the chair.
The gentlelady yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs in the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
We ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman is requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. There's a hand. All right. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question to report the measure. Seeing no further amendments, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those are taken, the committee will immediately vote on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute and will then consider the question to report the measure. We'll now move on to the next bill. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3323, the Helping Startups Continue to Grow Act, introduced by myself, the gentleman from Wisconsin. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3323, to update the definition.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize I have an amendment in the nature of substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
HR
objection,
33.
the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the bill. I'd like to thank Chairman Hill for including the Helping Startups Continue to Grow Act in today's markup. And I want to recognize Subcommittee Chair Wagner and Mr. Liccardo for co-sponsoring this important legislation. Our capital markets support a world-leading innovation ecosystem. Entrepreneurs and inventors across the country are developing groundbreaking cures, life-saving technologies, and expanding financial inclusion. The Helping Startups Continue to Grow Act would extend the IPO on-ramp that helps connect innovators with our public markets. My bill will allow more early-stage companies to keep their emerging growth company status for longer. How does it do that? It extends the time limit for EGCs from 5 to 10 years that meet all other EGC requirements. It raises the revenue threshold from $1 billion to $3 billion. It raises the convertible debt issuance threshold from $1 billion over 3 years to $3 billion over 3 years. It strikes the statutory cancellation of EGC status for issuers that are deemed large accredited filers. Let's walk through this. Extending EGC status will help startups, especially those in research-intensive fields, continuing to invest in innovation and jobs rather than dedicating scarce resources to meet compliance burdens designed for larger companies. At a hearing earlier this year, we heard from the former CEO of a company that was developing a treatment for ovarian cancer. He highlighted the reality that many research-intensive startups face. Quote, he said, "Most biotech companies that make the transition into public markets do not generate revenue for years beyond the current 5-year EGC exemption limitation. The 5-year limitation is simply too short for small biotechs. It's like having a tax system based on age instead of income, which makes no sense," end quote. The IPO on-ramp provision in the Jobs Act have been broadly praised as a nonpartisan success story. They streamline the IPO process and promoted efficiency without compromising investor protection. Most companies went public because of the benefits of EGC status, and more of those companies brought innovation to market thanks to access to our capital markets. More than a decade after enactment, we can celebrate the success of EGCs while recognizing areas for improvement. This bill makes those targeted improvements so we can ensure American innovation can continue to thrive. I urge support of the underlying legislation. I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition? Subcommittee Chair Wagner is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steil, for his leadership on H.R. 3323, the Helping Startups Continue to Grow Act. This bill builds on the success of the Bipartisan Jobs Act of 2012 by allowing emerging growth companies, EGCs, to continue operating under their current disclosure requirements for an additional 5 years. It would also increase the annual gross revenue cap for companies to qualify as EGCs up to $3 billion. The Jobs Act showed that bipartisanship and common sense reforms to our federal securities laws can help businesses grow and create more investment opportunities for everyday Americans. Unfortunately, in recent years, the number of companies that choose to pursue an IPO has decreased, leaving fewer options for retail investors. This bill would expand the Jobs Act's IPO on-ramp for emerging growth companies, making an IPO more financially feasible for more companies. Again, I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Are there any amendments on the bill? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself, the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the motion is agreed to. Or the amendment is adopted, I should say. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2441, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. And those opposed will signify by saying nay.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The ayes have it, and a recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall signify by... I read the wrong bill number. Let me go back. I'll go back, Ms. Wagner, and we'll redo this with the correct bill number.
Beg your pardon?
We're moving quickly on our clerk. It's a good test. The question, the question that should have been called by the chair was the question occurring on the bill H.R. 3323 as amended, reported favorably to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Can't you?
There being
You have to report it. She has to report it. Yes. Mr. Chairman, if you're reporting the bill, I would ask that it be recorded. The vote. With the correct number.
a recorded vote was requested on 3323, correctly numbered. All right, there being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, we're gonna go back through the parliamentary procedure and clean this up, Ms. Wagner. There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself, the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 3323, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
And Mr. Chairman.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman. I
Chair
request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote,
For at least the third time.
a recorded vote has been requested on the correct bill.
Yes. As reported.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. The gentleman from New Jersey is ready. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 1469, the Senior Security Act of 2025, introduced by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 1469.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New Jersey has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature
Without
of a
objection, the
substitute.
amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purpose of amendment. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to reintroduce my bipartisan legislation to protect seniors from financial fraud, the Senior Security Act of 2025. This bill establishes a federal senior investor task force within the Securities and Exchange Commission to strengthen and safeguard protections for senior investors. Unfortunately, far too many of our seniors have had their hard-earned retirement savings stolen out from right under them while a scammer calls or shows up at their door. Millions of seniors across the country, including my own mother of blessed memory, have been the victims of financial scams, and far too many have been cheated out of their retirement savings. It's appalling, it's offensive, and it's unacceptable. Senior scams cost older Americans more than $36 billion a year, often hitting their retirement nest eggs. Senior scams have more than doubled since 2020. Unfortunately, only 1 in every 42 cases of elder exploitation actually gets reported, so the losses to our seniors are much higher. The Senior Investor Task Force will identify challenges that senior investors encounter, including problems associated with financial exploitation and cognitive decline. Identify areas in which senior investors would benefit from changes at the Commission or the rules of self-regulatory organizations. Coordinate as appropriate with other offices within the Commission and other task forces that may be established within the Commission, self-regulatory agency organizations, and the Elder Justice Coordinating Council. And consult as appropriate with state securities and law enforcement authorities, state insurance regulators, and other federal agencies. I would like to thank my friend Representative Ann Wagner for her partnership in leading this bill, and I look forward to another strong bipartisan vote. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does anyone else? Does the gentleman yield back?
Oh, sorry, I yield.
The gentleman yields
Sorry.
back. Does anyone else seek recognition? The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, is recognized for 5
Thank
minutes.
you very much. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is so recognized.
Senior scams, which can include harassing robocalls and calls impersonating government officials, cost older Americans more than $36 billion a year, according to the National Council on Aging. And according to the AARP, senior scams have more than doubled since 2020. The Federal Trade Commission reported that in 2023, seniors likely suffered in excess of $158 billion in losses. Mr. Gottheimer's bill takes key steps to help protect older Americans nationwide from getting scammed out of their hard-earned savings. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Ms. Wagner is recognized to strike the last word.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do indeed move to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, for introducing this legislation once again to establish a senior investment task force within the SEC. I am a proud co-lead on this legislation to have been before as the chairman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee. Is one of my top priorities during my time in Congress has been to protect seniors from financial exploitation and fraud. Financial exploitation of seniors is elder abuse. And tragically, about 20% of seniors investors fall victim to financial fraud, losing an estimated $3.4 billion every year. I'm proud to be, as I said, the co-lead of this bill, the Senior Security Act. This legislation creates a task force that will focus on the problems that senior investors encounter, including financial exploitation and cognitive decline. In doing so, the task force will help the SEC and Congress identify changes that should be made to help America's senior investors. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Pleased to support H.R. 1469, the Senior Security Act, introduced by my good friend, Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey. It says New York on this.
Mr. Chairman.
It's so insulting.
That's an insult.
This
a huge outrage.
This script is poorly written. Someone will be terminated for that. My good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
Thank
Fraud
God,
and
man.
exploitation have no place in our capital markets, but when seniors are the targets, the harm is particularly egregious. Reports indicate that 1 in 5 senior investors will fall victim to investment fraud, resulting in losses of nearly $3 billion annually. H.R. 1469 responds to this challenge by establishing a dedicated senior investor task force within the Securities Exchange Commission. I want to thank my friend from New Jersey for leading on this effort and urge my colleagues to support this bill as it received broad bipartisan support in the 117th and 118th Congress, and I yield back. Who seeks additional recognition? Hearing none, we'll move on to amendments. Are there amendments to the bill? Being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill 1469 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the
Chairman, I
opinion
request
chair,
a
the
recorded
ayes
vote.
have it. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Chairman, can I get a recorded vote, please?
Recorded votes requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Vote on this question is postponed.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll just remind you that Springsteen is from Jersey. Just wondering, in case there's any confusion.
Thank the gentleman. Just a moment. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3382, the Small Entity Update Act, introduced by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3382 to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to carry out a study and rulemaking on the definition of the term small entity under the securities laws for purposes of Chapter 6 of Title 5 under United States Code and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Missouri has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report that amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3382 offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri, designated as Wagner 013.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bill, H.R. 3382, the Small Entity Update Act, would direct the SEC to conduct a study followed by a rulemaking consistent with the results of such study every 5 years. This study would focus on defining the term small entity under the Regulatory Flexibility Act. Regulations from our federal agencies often impose disproportionate burdens on startups, small businesses, and other small entities. My bill focuses on long-standing concerns that numerous SEC rules do not appropriately balance the SEC's mandates to protect investors and facilitate capital formation. By reevaluating these definitions, this bill will create a better understanding of the regulatory costs that small entities face and ensure that the SEC modernizes its criteria for defining them. H.R. 3382 will lead to a more targeted regulatory framework for these entities. I want to thank Mr. Torres, Mr. Caston, Mr. Scott, Mr. Himes, Mr. Sessions, and others for co-sponsoring this impactful legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Request.
The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill directs the SEC to carry out a study and rulemaking, if appropriate, on its definitions of small entities under the Regulatory Flexibility Act. This study and rulemaking would ensure the Commission more carefully accounts for impacts on small businesses when pursuing rulemakings. The Regulatory Flexibility Act provides small entities with an expanded opportunity to participate in the development of certain regulations. The objective of this bill is that it result in more small businesses being included in the definition of a small entities under the Act, in effect, giving them a louder voice when it comes to the development of SEC regulations that directly apply to them. A version of this bill in the past seemed to have a specific outcome in mind. The study would have been done by entities that were predetermined to deregulate. I work to make sure the SEC remains in exclusive control of the study, and whatever outcome the study concludes satisfies SEC's overall mission. I thank Ms. Wagner for agreeing to these changes and urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Hearing none, we'll move into amendments. Are there amendments on Mrs. Wagner's amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion of amendments on the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 3382 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Missouri asked for a recorded vote. The recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on this question is postponed.
Yeah.
We will now suspend for a 5-minute recess, and we will then reconvene.
So, let me ask you.
Committee will come back to order. We're going to complete our next bill, and then we'll have votes on the House floor, and then we'll plan on coming back for votes here in the committee. What's that? Here, okay, we're going to have votes here before the floor, excuse me. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2225, the Access to Small Business Investor Capital Act, introduced by the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 2225 to permit a registered investment company to omit certain fees from the calculation of acquired fund fees and expenses and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from California has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. Clerk will report.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2225 offered by Mr. Sherman of
Can I ask
California.
the clerk to suspend? I've just suddenly noticed we don't have anyone sitting at the transcription location. So let's pause for a minute. Even transcriptionists have to go to the restroom.
Sure fine, Mr. Chairman.
What do I need to start over in calling this bill up or not? No? We trust the machine? Wow, holy cow. This is more dangerous than ever, Mr. Sherman. All right. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2225 offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherma 043.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of the amendment. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing up this bill at this time. It was scheduled a couple hours earlier when we had a conference with 12 county officials from Los Angeles to discuss the Palisades fire, which of course devastated my district in January. Thank you for accommodating that. I want to thank everyone, but especially the ranking member, for their decision to allow this bill to go by voice in this committee, unless I really screw up my presentation here, and to be considered in suspension on the floor, where hopefully it will also go by voice. This bill is the culmination of 6 years of work to try to deal with an issue of accounting, dealing with the accounting for overhead costs that goes into the telling investors what the overhead is in their mutual funds. I want to thank Ann Wagner, but also Congresswoman Bynum and Congressman Huizenga and Gabriano for their help in this. Back in 1980, Congress enacted the Business Development Companies bill to allow for capital to be available, particularly loans to small and medium-sized businesses. By law, BDC must invest 70% of its assets in small and medium-sized companies. This is so important because back in the very old days, banks made prime plus 3, prime plus 4 loans. They don't do that anymore. And so companies with less than the very highest capital standards and the very highest security were unable to get capital. In 2006, the SEC inadvertently discouraged capital flows into BDC by training their ability to serve small businesses. That rule was part of the acquired funds, fees, and expenses disclosure framework. That's an accounting convention designed to tell people who invest in mutual funds what is the overhead of that mutual fund. But unfortunately, it counts as a part of the overhead of the mutual fund, the overhead of the company the mutual fund invests in. Now, we don't do this for banks. If you're in an S&P 500 fund, it's the cost of the fund that's disclosed to you, not the fact that Bank of America has all these people making loan officer decisions. We don't do that with REITs, but we do that with BDCs. By adding, as a result, particularly index funds, but mutual funds in general are not investing in BDCs. So BDCs have experienced a 29 to 33% lower investment growth when compared to their peers. We need to rectify this. This bill will allow capital to get to the small and medium-sized businesses that are not so creditworthy that they can easily get a large bank loan and are certainly not large enough to go tap the public markets. The Access to Small Business Investor Capital Act fixes the accounting problem I identified, and it is bipartisan legislation. We have a total of 14 Democratic sponsors, including myself. We have a similar number of Republicans, but we have 14 Democratic members of this committee. The most important thing that our financial institutions do is provide capital for businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, and it's up to this committee to make sure that capital can flow to Main Street. With that, I thank everyone involved in this process and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee. I have the honor of chairing that subcommittee for working with us on this bill. I want to thank the chairman and certainly the ranking member of the full committee for their cooperation on this very bipartisan piece of legislation, H.R. 2225, the Access to Small Business Investor Capital Act. Since their creation, BDCs have stepped up to provide capital for smaller businesses. Yet, an SEC rule drafted in 2006 has prevented BDCs from securing additional capital to invest in American businesses. The SEC rule requires funds who invest in BDCs to disclose management fees and other expenses of a BDC, as well as AFFE. This requirement led to a miscalculation because BDCs typically have higher operating expenses than passive investment funds because they devote substantial resources to sourcing, evaluating, and managing investments in American small businesses. However, these expenses are already reflected in a BDC's management fees, expenses, and market price. When the SEC required funds investing in BDCs to disclose BDC expenses again, it resulted in double counting, overstating the BDC's expenses and giving investors a misleading view of the actual costs they bear. This miscalculation led funds to stop investing in BDCs, thereby reducing the capital available to BDCs to invest in small businesses. H.R. 2225 would make a minor correction, allowing funds to admit a BDC's AFFE while still continuing to disclose the BDC's management fees and other expenses. By correcting this unintended consequence while maintaining existing disclosures, investors will have an accurate picture of BDC's expenses and allow BDCs to compete for capital to then invest in small businesses. Mr. Chairman, I would urge all of our committee members to support H.R. 2225. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for pulling together and working with Ranking Member Waters and all of our staffs to put together some 19 capital markets bills today in this markup. This is great bipartisan work, tremendous committee work. Many of them, as Mr. Sherman has stated, have been we've worked on them for a number of years together, and I'm thrilled to have 19 strong capital formation bills marked up today. And I yield back my time.
Would you, gentlewoman, yield?
Yes.
I thank the gentlewoman. I just want to add my thanks to you for your leadership on this process, along with Ranking Member Sherman, and certainly our Ranking Member of the full committee to bring this group of good bills to the consideration today before the committee. We are the Access to Capital Committee, and I think we've demonstrated that today in a number of different ways in the capital markets area. And I want to thank Mr. Sherman personally for 6 years of work on trying to straighten out something that is not common sense. I thought your example of the pass-through nature was quite good, and so I want to thank you and Mr. Huizenga, Mr. Garbarino, and Ms. Bynum for working together on this bill. I think it'll make a big difference. And as the gentleman from California noted, BDCs have become quite a important capital allocator and capital provider for many smaller and medium-sized companies. So I urge a yes vote, and I yield back to the gentlewoman.
I yield back to the chair.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? If no one else seeks recognition, hearing none, we'll move to amendments to this bill by Mr. Sherman. If there are no further discussion or amendments to the bill, question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 2225 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. We will now, let's see, just a moment. Completing that bill, thank everyone who worked on it. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we will reconvene at 4:30. Thank you. Previous order will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3394 as amended favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Mr. Lee, you voted? Mr. Gottheimer, have you voted?
Gottheimer's here.
He's on CNN right now, I'm sorry.
I was assuming.
Okay, so this one.
Mr. Moore, have you voted?
Final passage, but we're a yes. Increasing Investor Opportunities Act.
Why am I?
You've voted yes on this one before. Yes, yes, you have.
That's right, yeah.
Mr. Moore?
Yeah, all these are.
Okay, working on it, I see that, sorry.
Correct. So let's see, credit investor definition. Okay, so this one, you voted yes on this before.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there a member who'd like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote.
And therefore, she thinks they should be able to. This is Accredited Investor Definition Review Act.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 45 and the nays are 1.
Sorry, the page.
The majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3394 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill. And pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3381 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote.
And we feel your pain, buddy. We feel your pain.
Okay. All right.
There you go. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Stand by. It was green. Now it's.
Is it working?
Is it still open? Okay. Yeah. Clerk will report.
Wait.
Can we reopen it? As a courtesy to the gentleman from Texas, we'll revote because you can't reopen a vote once it's closed. And it was green when I closed it, and then it turned yellow. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on 3381 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronic. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted? Is there any member who wants to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 2.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3381 as amendment, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3422 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 0.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3422 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill. And pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3351 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 0.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3351 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3395 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Aim right down that. Yeah, I see that. There you go. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 0.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3395 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3343 as amended favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3343 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3357 as amended, favorably reported. The members will record their votes electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3357 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Committee will now take the postponed votes on the pending amendments to H.R. 3383. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. This is Amendment H.R. 33831. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 28.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 3383 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Mrs. Wagner requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. We will now take the vote on ordering H.R. 3383 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted?
I'm so busy counting Dems.
Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote, and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 41 and the nays are 10.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3383 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3301 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. Clerk will open the vote. There you go. Mr. Liu. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 1.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3301 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3339 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3339 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 1190 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. Clerk will open the vote. There you go. Point it lower there, towards that arrow. There you go. Got it? Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1190 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take votes pending on ordering H.R. 3352 as amended. Favorably reported, members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wants to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3352 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. The committee will now take the postponed votes on the pending amendments to H.R. 3348. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. This is amend H.R. 3348-1. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 28.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now agrees on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment of the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 3348, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I would request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. We will now take the vote on ordering H.R. 3348 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 34 and the nays are 16.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3348 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 2441 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote.
2441?
She withdrew it. She withdrew it. Yeah.
You said no vote? I have to change my vote.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 39 and the nays are 11.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2441 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, and additional or dissenting views. Thank you. Committee will now take the postponed votes on the pending amendments to H.R. 1013. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. This is amend H.R. 1013-2. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 28.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1013, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lucas requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. We will now take the vote on ordering H.R. 1013 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 43 and the nays are 8.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1013 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3323 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Jet, aim lower. I don't understand it because you're. Ed, could we check a battery, please? She got it, never mind. Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31 and the nays are 20.
The majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3323 is amended. The bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill, and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 1469 as amended favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. Clerk will open the vote. There you go. Mr. Barr? Is there any member who has not voted? Jesus. Mr. Clerk, let's revote this, Mr. Clerk. Let's close this vote and open the vote again on H.R. 1469.
Put your finger on the green button. Way to go, Zach. Doesn't even spell Zach.
Clerk will open the vote.
Ogles again.
Ogle's still voting.
Then your name is on the back of your voting device. It's N-U-N. We got a rogue. All right, let's figure out what's going on there. Let's suspend for a minute.
Ogles creates a problem even when he's not.
It's a problem he's not even here.
That's weird. In fact, that's kind of. Clerk will open the vote. Members will vote electronically. Try this again. Mr. Steil? Ms. Dela Cruz? Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1469 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill and pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the Chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3382 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Yeah. Shh. Is any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3382 as amendment, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bill. And pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Pursuant to the previous order, the Chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the Chair, we will reconvene at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you. The committee stands in recess.